Good morning, everybody. Wee bit dark for us, you guys might say at the minute. But I figured, as I was late last Sunday, I thought I'd be early this Sunday. So I hope you are all doing well. Just in the final throes of setting up EasyJet inbound. I think it's an EasyJet inbound from Birmingham. I'll not pick it up until the later stages of approach. It's just too dark for my setup, as you'll have seen from that takeoff. So I hope you're doing well. Deborah Speller, good morning to you. Keith Cornell, Rab H, and Ian Finley, HGC as well. If I've missed anybody, I'll try and pick that one up, but I don't think I have. Right, let's just see how we fare. I think this will be the last time we go for a 10 to 8. Yeah, I'm not getting any of that, am I? It's just not enough of anything to work with for my setup. I do apologise for the UFO fest to open with. I'm just going to leave that on the tower for the minute. Just starting to break light. Qatar Dreamliner, I've got no visual on it. I note it from the comments. Ash Watts, good morning to you, buddy. Hope all is good. Rab, thank you for confirming on sound. Much appreciated, my friend. Okay, I did record the early arrival of the United Airlines 757, but way out of my pay grade in terms of what my setup can do. So we've got an EasyJet just about to line itself up. Let's just see if we can get any better. So I think I've seen Rab's comments. There's no crosswind component really. I think last I looked on Meta it was about 3 knots or something. It's basically line astern. It's going to get pretty gusty though, as in 40 mile an hour plus. Although I've been here before forecasting winds that haven't materialised, so I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. If you're new to the show, good morning to you as well. I'm Mark. Welcome to Edinburgh. So I understand there's a reasonable prospect to rain in the next 10, but looking above my head, I'm not convinced. Skeptical Mark. Rob says sunrise 8:39. Yeah, there's the rub really, isn't it? I think logically, I think we need to start moving the show a little bit, but always a sucker for that 757 arrival when it can be got. But I need to be less of a sucker. The Dreamliner is on the move, says Ian, and good morning to Elaine B. Furious wave. No, that's not the right word, is it? Excitable wave. Mark is very excitably waving. Sound just dropped then, but I don't know why. I'll work that one out in a minute. Right, so lining up to go, we have a Ryanair off to Dublin. Good morning, John Rucroft. How you doing, pal? John McKenzie, likewise, good morning to you, my friend. I am surprised it's chilly in Hong Kong. Certainly, I'm good here, down on Almond Bank. It's quite a decent December morning, really. You won't come out in a t-shirt, but if you coat up, you're all right. Right, let's see if we can find that. Oh, this plane that's on camera at the minute. Well, we'll come back to that in a minute. I thought it was a Jet 2, but I couldn't see the orange, you know, the Jet 2 holidays livery, but I just couldn't see the sun. Yeah, it is Jet 2, isn't it? Package holidays you can trust, but an all blue tail fin just caught my eye when I was setting up. Hong Kong is in the dry season, says John. No rain till March. Guessing then it's like who switched the taps on. Next inbound for us to wrestle with will be an EasyJet from Bristol, just crossing the coast, an A320-200. Oh, interesting, Ash. So we think it could actually be a dry show. Must admit, I was looking forward to a bit of spray. Bit less keen on getting drenched, but that's just what you have to do to get a bit of spray. I've even turned out in Wellingtons in anticipation that it will be sufficiently wet. Not thinking that was my smartest move, because as folks will appreciate, Wellington boots don't tend to have the best thermal properties, do they? Ah, A321neo. So am I just following my line of thought here? We're talking this baby, and is it going to get the sun painted on it? But while we think about that, Dreamliner is out, lined up. I've not even seen it leave. We're challenged to grab some of this. Sorry folks, that was pants. I think I should have had half an hour more in bed. Do now with that. At least the daylight is starting to ease in. Next up, EasyJet to Berlin. Right, let's have a go at this. Heiko Meyer. I'm hoping I've got that correctly. Good morning to you. I'm Mark, so thank you for joining us. I think you're probably right, Rab, about the wellies being the percentage bet. I think that's what I kind of figured in the end. As you can see, it's getting brighter in the... No, hang on a minute. Lighter, not brighter. Good morning, Nick Gray. Yeah, it sounded like a Dreamliner. That was the best I could rustle up. Sorry. I think that is a movement that is going to elude until we get into the lighter mornings. Definitely going to push the show next time out, push it more towards daylight. British Airways will be the next to go, but we'll just rest on the front apron. So you've just joined us, welcome to Edinburgh. Now camera, Keith Cornell, this camera does not like the dark. Not unless you've got a decent amount of light around it, and even then, yeah, you're right, Ian Finley. Socks, I've got extra socks on. I think extra socks could have been the way to go. To be fair though, you only notice this sort of thing in the early and later phases of the show. Middle ground, you just don't notice it. Anyway, next out is an A320 British Airways off to Heathrow. Good morning to Paul Cobbin. How you doing? All the way over the other side of the globe in Melbourne, Australia. 29 degrees. Yeah, like a bit of that. I think we might have 9. I've not checked, but good morning, Simon E. How you doing, mate? Oh, Rob, black ice yesterday, did you? Actually, thinking about it, I did have to scrape the windscreen for Mrs. PSA before she set out into town. Being the chivalrous kind of guy I am. It sounds like Nick Gray has got chivalrousness in the kind of way. -7. I think we must be due a bit of that. So what we are due another inbound plane, and that's coming our way courtesy of British Airways, an A320, sadly not in better world, just about with us, so let's go and find it. If I can get a focus on it, bloody lights. I just can't get that. Kind of typical really, isn't it, the way the cards break? I know it's getting darker. We're pretty much on the shortest day, aren't we? Certainly here in the UK. I think that is next week, next Sunday. So the light's going to come back our way, but the actual inbound traffic has been fairly brisk for 8 o'clock. Next in, we have an Aer Lingus ATR 72. Albeit operated by Emirates Airlines. Quite an interesting feature about Emerald Airlines in this month's Airliners World. Hey, oh. All I'm getting is glare on my glasses.
At this time in the morning.
Aviation Action Scotland to my left. His head torch is so powerful, I was paralysed. Quickly get my grip and get back in the chat quickly. Good morning to the Foxy Bee. Hope you're doing well. So let's get hold of this, or try and get hold of the inbound ATR. Clearly getting lighter now. We've got the Pentland Hills in the background. And now we're in business with daylight conditions. Well, sorry Gary, go again. Oh, what the hell, yeah. That's going to look a boot, isn't it, when it just tips over the trees?
It's going to go down.
Sorry?
It's going to go down.
Oh, quite, it's the moon, isn't it?
Aye.
Oh, wow, about go down.
It'll start to get brighter.
So if you're wondering what we are up to, let's just see if I've got enough slack to give you a bit of it. We've got a waning moon? Is it waning? I don't know. Anyway, it's disappearing over yon horizon. Oh yeah. Good morning, Nell W, or Nell W-8. You've got the daylight already. Yeah, I could have done with a bit more of that to open the show with, to be honest. But, oh, and talking of all things Belgium, we've got a departure to Brussels, courtesy of Ryanair, 737-800. And good morning to Maverick 79. How you doing, my friend? We'll do your fireworks in a jiff. You have to see in your head torch. I'm thinking I need an upgrade.
I don't know. I went and I said that. I says, he hasn't got a clue who that's.
That is car headlamp quality. Oh, jeez. Right, Maverick 79. Let's get your fireworks on, my friend. So, Mav 79. And that is a member for 13 months. So we're over the 12 months. Awesome stuff, my friend. These are for you. And all things being equal, I've seen a fantastically kind gesture in the chat. Cookie Monster, our friend John Mackenzie, giving us a very generous Kofi for Christmas. Awesome stuff, John. Thank you so much. I mean, words don't do it, do they really? You've been a great friend to us throughout the year. And yeah, I don't want to say, mate, except genuinely touched, and Eddie and I will put that money to good work. Let's get your fireworks on. And thank you to Nick Gray for confirming the moon is in fact waxing rather than waning. Well, every day a school day. I say that every show.
Anywho, I come bearing gifts.
What you got?
For you.
Got it. We got.
Right, call it an early Christmas present, but you strike me as a man that can wear a tie sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, now from my very extensive collection, I found one that would be suited to you.
Hang on a minute, should I be on camera for this? Go on.
It will be suited to you, okay?
Go on.
I don't even think I've ever worn it, and I think you should have it.
Wait a minute.
Genuine.
So, Scottish, right?
Decal.
British Caledonian.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely awesome.
Genuine.
So where'd you get this from?
That would be telling.
Gotta go to camera. In fact, actually, I can't. I'm all bagged up at the minute. We'll do this at the end. I'm gonna have to put. Right. So I don't know what to say. I get rendered speechless quite a lot.
I bet you were yesterday too.
Oh, let's not talk about that. That was really. In fact, I'll have to talk about it later. It's kind of out of body stuff. Right. I'm just gonna take myself away from camera, folks. We'll do the tie later on when I'm absolutely certain. So I can't believe it. I can go first name, can't I, with what I'm going to... Yeah, so I've got Gary with me, as you'd know, Aviation Action Scotland in the chat, who has very kindly gifted me a British Caledonian tie, a genuine British Caledonian tie at that. I can't believe that. Oh my lord. Let's put it somewhere utterly safe, because I'm still not convinced it ain't going to rain. What? Yeah, I don't know. I'm prepared. But I don't want that getting wet. Go on, Bennett. Tell you what. Let's give some fireworks out for Gary Aviation Action Scotland. You got to have it, man. Awesome stuff. I thought you were going to serve a writ on me when you said you're going to be bearing gifts. Get myself back in the show.
I picked up another lens a couple of weeks ago now. As I said, I'm dabbling my feet in the water on this video lot. And this is for the first time I've had the chance to use it, so I'll maybe give it a go. Hence the tripod.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be in your shot. So I might go back.
You'd be alright. I suppose your trouble is this kind of bisects it.
Aye, of course.
That's.
You're either up there, that side of the pole, or down there.
As long as you can get enough of what you.
Especially when I've got this on.
Well, you give me the extra light I need. Where was I? Anyway, Maverick 79. I do hope you're keeping well as well, my friend. But yeah, Rob H, BCAL tie, wow indeed. I am absolutely blown away. Which is quite a fitting adage really, because it is going to get windier today. Well, in theory, a bit like the rain, isn't it really? What we get and what we don't get. Railman, good morning to you. Rob says it's going on eBay now. It's not going on eBay now. I tell you that for nothing. I think I've said this before on shows. You know when you talk about liveries that you would want to bring back?
We were speaking about this
yeah,
in the summer.
That would be top of my list. BOAC, I lie. BOAC, BCAL. They are both classy beyond compare. And I'll be honest, there's lots of liveries I like now, but they don't exude that class.
Not a patch on
not at all. That sort of era of aviation travel, it's just gone, hasn't it? Right, so we've got a louder inbound from Vienna. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing that one. Pet Air UK, hello to you. You've just woken up. I think that's me and you both. I've been awake since 3 o'clock, but I think I've only just come alive since I've been given a tie a few minutes ago.
Slept all night with the excitement.
Well.
This is going to be the last time of the year, I think.
Yeah.
And in order for me to complete my calendar, this is about the best chance I've got of being out here. I like to be in the airport at least once every month. And up until now I haven't done December. He's going long.
He has, hasn't he? But you might actually be all right around there, because I don't need, as long as that post isn't going to muck you up, I think I can keep you out of the shot. Give it a try. When you finish, I actually think, yeah, I think you might be. Let me just put the camera round a bit more.
No, because I'm only going to be on the 300, so I'm not going to be catching them that far out. So
You see,
it's not in my way, really.
yeah, I can use the post as the reference so that I don't, yeah. And if we need to just adjust it a bit for you, then you just shuffle in as you need.
I'm going to give it a go to see how this lens is, to decide whether I'm going to keep it or not.
Pet Air UK loves Edinburgh. Me too. I've said it before on shows. I'd live up here if I could. I think Mrs PSA has a view on that. I don't think I need to ask. We're off to Edinburgh, hon. How do you feel about moving? Andy P, good morning to you, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Pet Air UK likes BOAC as well. Yeah, can you imagine that on the Airbus 321 or the 777? 777 in particular. I think A321s could do with a general funking up anyway.
We've had the current BA livery for a long time.
Yeah, they've...
Not to say that they've changed the whole livery to every...
No, you just want a few, don't you? Even Lufthansa run retros.
Legacy airlines, you know what I mean?
Well, I think you also sell an aura. And there's a lot of aura being lost out of aviation, isn't there, in the modern era? B8, A321? So Gary, very helpfully, he's just shining his amazing head torch onto the big elephant in the room that is the football yesterday. So as those of you that are in our Facebook group will know that I was at St James's Park yesterday watching my beloved Leicester City fail to show up.
Before you start, should I just say here that other than Liverpool, Newcastle's my second team in England.
Can I confirm the fact that despite living only 30 miles away, they are not my second team?
They have been since I were a lad.
Anyway, yesterday they didn't get out of third gear. They done us easy.
They didn't get out their own half most of the game.
To be fair, we were, like I say, Newcastle didn't stretch to win 4-0. Should have won by more.
Yeah, easy.
And that's not great. And the seats we got were quite good. We were right at the front on the third deck, but people were Subbuteo sized, you know.
Yeah. I was there way back in the late 70s. My dad took me, we were on holiday in Whitney Bay towards the end of the season, and my dad took me to a game when we were in the old Gallagher, which was uncovered at the time.
Yeah, Pet Air UK, if mods are okay as well, call the movements, yeah, all hands to the pump and all that. Nice one. Wow, Rob, is that correct? Leslie's team got beat yesterday as well. Might not see him today then. To be fair, Falkirk have got points galore in hand, haven't they, really?
Adrionians that beat Falkirk yesterday.
Well, isn't that your team, Rab, Adrionians?
No, actually, they're up the road for me. You should drive a team bus.
Ah, well, anyway. I still would be surprised if Falkirk rolled over the way Leicester did yesterday.
Honestly, it was a woeful watch.
Yeah. Truly awful. Enough said. Is this that Jet2 A321neo? There's been a different one based here in recent weeks, G Suno. Brand new, this plane, actually, the one you're looking at, in March of this year, so it's not really brand new to us. But G Sun H, whereas we had G Sun O in recent shows with a degree of regularity. Good morning, John Wynn. Grab says Air United, yeah. Air United beat Falkirk.
Air United, that's right.
And they're going well, aren't they, Air? You see, I've got this peculiar interest in Falkirk because they seem to be just going up and up.
I think they will go up. I think they will go up, and they'll be a good asset to the Premier League.
It just seems, you know, when a team get the right fundamentals, you can get back-to-back promotions and all that malarkey. So John McKenzie is the awesome Aberdeen FC. I thought Aberdeen had made a decent start to the season. Trouble is you get halfway through the season and it's when it starts to, you get a feel for whether you're going to go on or not. When we won the league, I had that. I kept saying, no, we're not going to do it. No, we're not going to do it. Champions League will do. Because you don't want to be...
We don't. You had a shot at the Champions League, didn't you?
Yeah, we just wet the bed 2 years running on that one. The year we were in it after winning, we went a long way in, quarter-finals, and pushed Atletico really close. This current team couldn't push a shopping cart really close. And the student of football is in the house, Terry the artist, all about the Spurs. Good morning to you, my friend. Just fired off a quick snap there, team. That's why your screen momentarily blinked. And suddenly it's an island of serenity. No major noises here. A bit of background droning, including my own. Oh, I was here for it. I couldn't get a clean focus on it. In fact, I couldn't get anything on it. I mean, it's not the most, under poor light conditions, it's not the most shine out plane anyway, but nah, it just complete hash. Yeah, well, that's the other thing about the winter timetable now, isn't it? You still get the Delta Airlines 7-6 twice a week or 3 times a week. It was in yesterday, weren't it? I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I know Delta were still serving us, but last year they stopped somewhere around January, February, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm liking that. So folks, Gary's just talking about the fact that JetBlue, who will start to get again from May, they'll be returning to give us their New York JFK service, but they're also adding Boston as well. I've got the dates somewhere in my note. I'll just pick those up from my notes later. So that's something to look forward to. And of course we've got American Airlines from May as well. Roll on summer. Or spring even. Right, shouldn't be any major delay. Clear track, no runway check. Let's get those burners lit. Good morning, Mary Brock. How you doing, Mary? And you're right, Pet Air UK, we also have the Emirates A350, and I can't wait to get that on a summer's spring evening when we've got proper light conditions to work with. Beyond excited on that one. I stuck the bag on the camera, ready for the rain, and now I'm thinking, do I take it off? But it was such a faff. I think we'll leave it where it is. Keith Cornell leading the countdown to the Emirates A350 debut in January. Of course, that will be the first A350-900 in service with Emirates. 3rd of Jan, yeah. Fingers crossed that the weather conditions are helpful. Sylvia Barker, good morning to you. How you doing? But yeah, I can't wait until the daylight pendulum swaps over, and we get the prospect of being able to perhaps do later in the day streams and pick up juicy pearls like the Emirates A350. There's Sideshow Bob in the background, this slide whistle, trying to scare the birds as we await this EasyJet to Paris to get things rolling. Runway is clear, so I think it's only a matter of seconds. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. How you doing, my friend? Top of the morning to you, Squire. But the winter timetable definitely does present some interesting challenges, certainly for our core airports, be it Edinburgh and to a greater extent, I guess, Newcastle. Newcastle, we're just struggling to catch a decent packet of action there at the minute. At least Edinburgh's still plenty enough on. Pet Air UK, no worries, my friend. I'll see you soon. Ooh, we're off. So we were talking about JetBlue, weren't we, a short while ago, about... what's this not doing? Ignore me chatting to myself. Right, just very quickly jumping into the notes. Yeah, so JetBlue are apparently not just coming back next spring, but they're going to extend their season a few more weeks into October. So they're going to run through to the 25th of October this year, rather than finish in September as it did in 2024. And they have Boston coming on from the 23rd of May. So that's looking pretty damn cool. That'd be interesting.
And Manchester.
Because there was a fair period of time when they couldn't fly to the EU, wasn't there? They've obviously got their paperwork back in order.
But they're staying away from the major hubs like Heathrow and stuff.
But going back to the Jet2 Boston, not Jet2, JetBlue, I'm back in that trap again, aren't I? JetBlue Boston service that kicks in next year. I had a quick look to see what it would be for the first trip from Edinburgh to Boston. 344 quid, which I thought was pretty canny, to be honest. Not bad at all.
It's interesting to see what the first Emirates 350 flight is.
Price-wise. So, yeah, 344. And that is their Blue Basic fare. If you wanted to go mint class, that would be a bit pricier, given you get flatbed seats and whatever, and that will be around £2,000. But bearing in mind, you're paying money close to that and thereabouts to fly with United and Delta on their planes in standard economy seats, aren't you? 1,500 quid, £2,000 and that kind of thing. So I think I think that's a pretty good fare.
Don't judge me.
For what?
All this gear, this is stuff I pick up, believe it or not.
You just got to work your way through it.
Aye.
Work your way through it.
It's no good that moves on.
Good morning, David Stewart. How you doing, my friend? And Matty Renton. I hope you are both keeping well. I don't think I've said hi to either of you before, so for the avoidance of me forgetting and all the rest of it, I'm Mark, here live to you, overlooking runway 24 at Edinburgh International Airport. And back to the chat very quickly. David Gordon, hello to you. Duncan Callum, hello to you. Merry Christmas, my friend. Mary Brock, I'd love to come to Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. That sounds great. Thomas Gush, hello my friend. See you later, Dopey Gorp. I think I'm kind of caught up. Good Sylvia Barker's in good order. There's a lot of people this time of year aren't. I think it's that little challenge trying to stay cold and flu free in that lead up to Christmas in particular. I mean, it's never a good time to be ill, is there? But you definitely don't want to be out of sorts, you know, during the sort of festive period. Now, while we've got a quick lull, while we await the EasyJet departure that is sort of shaping towards lining up, that'll be the Belfast flight. I'm just going to give us another firework moment. And let's get Yvonne V up on the screen. Very generously gave us a PayPal Ko-fi donation. So let's do Yvonne V's fireworks. I don't like to miss these things. So this landed in between shows. Thank you, Yvonne. Great friend to the channel. Awesome support. Never like to miss anything that's landed in between shows. HGC, catch you in a bit. Yeah. Likewise, Mary Brock. Likewise. Right, we have inbound action. Our inbound being a Ryanair from Stansted. That's me getting overzealous on the zoom. Got more zoom than Fat Larry's band. If people can remember Fat Larry's band, had that very hit back in the, I think the 80s. Something different to spot the camera on for a minute. That'll do nicely. So we've got another EasyJet, Easy Squeezy Jet, just about to launch off. Keith Cornell, thank you so much, my friend. That is so generous. Have a Christmas drink on you. Happy to comply. We're going to have to get some fireworks up, KC. Special moment. Thank you so much. That is really generous. And here's your fireworks. Sorry, I'm wobbling the camera a little bit. It's a bit more of a faff with the bag on it, but I'm just convinced there will be some rain. Well, I can hear an ATR singing. Right, let's jump back in the charts. Good morning, Mike Wild and Gary Fleming. Ash confirming the rain is still northwest of Glasgow. No disrespect to the good people of Glasgow or northwest Glasgow, but that's the best place for the rain right now. So a quick look see. Looks like we've got a runway check on the go. Our next heavy action. We're a bit light on heavies, let's not kid ourselves, but we do have our 757 due out at 9:25. I'm sure I saw somewhere, unless I read the wrong day, that we got Edelweiss going out at 8:25, but it's 8:46 now, so clearly that can't be right. Right, I found the ATR anyway that is singing away. An LW having the United emoji in action. I can't muster my usual United chants because all I can think of is Newcastle United and the pasting we got yesterday. I'm sure I'll forget about it by the end of the show. Well, perhaps not. Ah, there's an Edelweiss. There's me thinking I may have dreamt it. It looks like we've got our first short departure of the day, followed by the best looking livery departure of the day. Let's get the plane in the middle of the shot. Finding myself looking at the Edelweiss and failing to track this ATR. can probably hear the wind picking up. Sorry,
A
Gary.
fun fact for you.
Sorry?
A wee fun fact. The Aer Lingus registrations, not all of them, but some of them correspond to the events that happened in the 1916 uprising.
Is that right?
If you see that one that went out there, Echo India, GPO, Golf Papa, Oscar,
GPO building.
General Post Office, which was heavily bombarded and stuff like that during that happened. There's also Echo India Delta Victor Lima for De Valera.
Oh, I don't know that one. I know the GPO
Yeah,
building.
he was the leader of the then Irish Republican Army, but he's not what as we know it. The very others. I think there's the other one. JMC, I think, refers to James Michael Collins.
That's quite political stuff in the scheme of...
It's part of the
Heritage is heritage, and I think that's very important. I just did not know that.
I believe there's FAT means something as well. EI fat.
Oh yeah, I see a lot of that one. We get it out through Newcastle as well. That one sticks in your head, doesn't it, FAT?
Probably if you Wikipedia or Google it somehow, you'd probably come up with the actual explanation as to why it happened. But apparently there's a plaque inside, as you just run the door, explaining why the registration is what it is.
No W, the no sing zone emoji. I think I definitely thought, I'm not going to sing today. I kind of, well, I stopped singing at all at half time yesterday, but first half I kind of was getting a bit scratchy.
At half time. They were dead and buried at half time.
You knew at that point. I mean, it got worse after. It got worse, a lot worse.
How the young boy that was signed from Leicester for Newcastle didn't score?
No. He's still a blue at
I
heart.
think he went soft eye. I think
He's not that clinical, to be honest. He is compared to you or I, but you know. So yes, Nell, the Edelweiss could have lured me into action. I think that's one for another day, though. That's proper quality. This off to Zurich. We've just got to wait for the British Airways A320 in. 14 years of age. I'd love to know what the rationale we're talking about registrations, Aer Lingus registrations and their historical significance. I think this BA arrival, Golf Echo Uniform Yankee Hotel, I think you'd have to work hard with your word search to come up with something from that one.
Well, it's operated by BA Euroflyer, hence the EU.
Ah.
But they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that, didn't they?
Well, nothing's forever kind of thing, is it? Anyway, let's find that plane. So, Edelweiss lines itself up. Off to Zurich, which is, I tell you now, I quite fancy a bit of Zurich. Snow-capped mountains in the background and all that malarkey. Of course, the observation decks, I'm not sure they're open at this time of year, and therefore, you know, that's the only spotting locations that Eddie and I know. Sorry, no, I'm not going to. I'm not nibbling on that. I can hear that in my head as well. Let's get into some hellos. And I know Tony Rivers don't appreciate my singing. Good morning to you. Oh, you're at work, are you, mate? Well, you're just in time to see Edelweiss shoot off out the door. Neil McGarity, good morning to you, my friend. Finnair in the background. I think the gloves are going to have to come off. Last week I forgot them, although conditions were markedly different. So Finnair on its way back to Helsinki. See somebody in the background twinkling away on finals. I'm not falling for that one though. I know I look at that and I've noticed in previous weeks that somehow it's... ATC had got it off to a tee. Right, so we've got a jet. No, we haven't. It's an EasyJet. Yeah, I'll have a word with myself. So the EasyJet on screen is a return to Bristol, an A320. We've also got inbound a Flying Dutchman, an Embraer 195 E2 inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol. So we'll just stay with the orange for a bit. Bit of a walkie yawn. Walkie yawn. So a quick look see at the windsock, see what it's doing. as you can see, pretty much line astern with the runway west-southwesterly. Let's have a quick drop onto Meta actually, see if, yeah. Basically 13 knots of wind at the minute, crosswind component 2 knots. Sky looking pretty ominous, but the wind is keeping it all ticking over. Ooh, Ian Finley, I like that. Germany Falcon 2K pinging on her way to Edinburgh, USA. Yeah, there's definitely space in my heart for a bit of that. I do love a Falcon. Tony Rivers, get back to work. Bransit is singing. In my head it's beautiful. Sadly, not so in anybody else's. What have we got here? Oh, another EasyJet. Off to Birmingham, or more accurately, returning to Birmingham. Sorry, Gary?
That's becoming an unmistakable sound.
Definitely. So it looks like a Fresh Air Express going out short. I think the gloves might have to go back on. Now W, what we done with Rab? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Oh, he's here. I've just seen him back. Oh, just me trying to manage without the gloves a bit longer. Plaggy bag on the camera and gloves sometimes can be a bit of a nuisance. So let's get back to the chat. LaxBro7718, hello to you in Melbourne, Australia. How you doing? How you doing, my friend? Hope all is good. Giant Coin Stacks, hello to you. Happy Sunday. Right, that Falcon I think is going to be gettable. So let's get it. Pretty stylish. Even allowing for my prejudice in favour of Falcons. Leslie Kerrison, good morning to you first and foremost, and secondly, thank you so much for your fantastically generous support to the channel. You've been a great friend to us, and I just don't know what to say, mate, except thank you so much. All going forward onto content, as you'd expect. That is awesome. We're going to put you some fireworks on in a second. Got a hunch this is going out short. Be a shame if it does. One quick snap if I can squeeze one off. No, going long. Got an ATR on the way out as well. So we do Leslie's fireworks momentarily. I don't think we've got the up like a rocket emoji either, which is a shame. I feel this could be a up like a rocket opportunity. Good morning, Steeds. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Right, let's do Leslie's fireworks. Thank you so much, Leslie. These are for you.
That's not loud on the push already, is it?
They are pretty good at turning round. It is. So as Gary has accurately spotted, we've got the Lauda A320 on the push shortly to return to Vienna. Right, this should be turn and burn all day, every day. So it is. Easy bye, amigo. Bit of class. Did I say a bit of class? I actually meant a lot of class. With a short departing Aer Lingus, I think. So if you're watching the show and you've not said hi yet in the chat, this is my hi to you. How you doing? Happy Sunday. I'm Mark, here live from Edinburgh, covering runway 24. This ATR about to set off for Belfast. I want to say about to, it is. Wow, the wind is suddenly playing havoc. Shame it's not a crosswind, really. That would be better than handy. Yeah, keep working hard, Tony Rivers. Hope you're hearing me as I say that. The pasting you give me. LA&B, Mark waving away, furiously trackside. I used that term earlier, I don't mean furiously, that sounds like I'm cross, doesn't it? Vigorously, that's the word I'm resting for. Vigorously. Right, there's a Lauda that was on the push. Let's find it. Yeah, very distinctive tail fin. In fact, let's just get a little bit more United in shot. DB Bassman is in the house. Good morning, DB. How you diddling? We've got a Logan Air moving. Is that Exeter perhaps? Perhaps I ought to find out. Newquay. Close by approximation, if nothing else. All those surfer dudes and dudesses. Alexandra Wood is in the house. Good morning, Alexandra. How you doing? Happy Sunday to you. Right, should be a turn and burn really. Turn and burn doesn't sound quite right, does it, with a turboprop, but you get the sentiment. So is everybody in the chat ready for Christmas? I would have said no at this end, but me and Mrs. PSA were in Newcastle shopping on Friday, and yeah, I think we're now in that space. Although it gets simpler as you get older. Our granddaughter being the more complicated procurement decision. Eddie will just have to make do with some cash. Sorry, Eddie, if you should have said spoiler alert, Eddie. Ah, DB's breaking a new bike in. 7.4 miles on it. I don't know. I feel I should get a better bike. Foxy B, just about ready for Christmas. There's always something though, isn't there? I think I've said in previous shows we're around Eddie's this year, so I think it's the first time he's hosted us as well, so can't wait. I think Mrs. PSA is highly delighted as well. As anybody that's cooked a full-on Christmas dinner knows, it's not easy. Bloody hell, Rab. 58 yesterday, 48 dry and 10 wet. 10 wet. Hoping the 10 wet were the last 10. Be a bit of a thing if it were the first. Thank you, Alexandra. Confirming our Lauda is off to Vienna. That was somewhere I'd got my eye on doing a away day stream from, but then when I went on the spotter's guide, it kind of suggested that the authorities aren't quite as freewheeling with plane spotting as some of the other European jurisdictions, so I kind of figured it wasn't an experiment for me to do. Come on, baby, it's time to roll. BA in front of me, pushed and turned. I think it is just spotting with rain as well. Keep getting these random spots. Good morning, Abby Garvey. How you doing, Abby? Gary Fleming, thank you for retracting that message. I don't know if that was out of due care for the sensitivity involved. Eddie and I left at 75 minutes and we were going to go at 60, to be honest. It was like one of those rubbernecking at a car crash kind of thing.
Excuse me for saying this, for interrupting you, but you sound like a Rangers supporter there.
I'm keeping out of that. Keeping out of that. I'm just going to say that we literally thought...
You might actually be doing that today.
We thought... they're not going to nick one back, and therefore it's only going one way. And to be fair, they didn't score, did they? So after that, we have to...
Just to see if that's that remark is woken anyone.
No. Good morning, Derek Wilson. How you doing, Derek? Thank you, Rab H, for confirming on said United push. There she is, on her way to New York, Newark. Interesting, we've had some more A321neos, or at least one through here last week. I got a message from Les.
Yep.
I think Les thought it was 14 for the year, which is it's a good number.
I know now that JetBlue have based a 321 Neo here, but it was the one in the .com livery.
Yeah, the
But
G
now
Suno.
it's now been brought back to a unliveried JetBlue Holidays.
Yeah, that was today's
It was in
swap.
this morning,
Because
yeah.
initially I thought in the light, I thought Jet2, but there's no sun on the tail, is there?
That's right. Right. Let's hope this United gets off the ground the last time. I was sure it didn't.
So you were lucky. A lucky charm.
Although to be fair, it wasn't as eventful as described.
So we were talking about the A321neos that have passed through. I did a quick bit of research on this. Apparently United have got 130 A321neos on the books. So if all those Hamburg deliveries stop through here, we're going to get to see a good number.
Bye bye 757.
Well, it's the XLR they're going to put on for those. So they've bought, or they've got the options to buy, I think by 20, let's just check my notes because my head is a shed. Yeah, they've ordered 50 XLRs specifically to displace the 757 fleet.
Has the XLR been delivered yet?
No.
I don't think so. I think it's still under testing, isn't it?
Oh no, it's delivered. Iberia
Right,
had the
okay.
inaugural flights 3 weeks ago. I lose track of time. But the XLR, I doubt they'll route through here because it can do the whole hop
Yeah.
without stopping. It'll only be if they just want to stop it here just to check things, but I doubt that.
Right.
It's not.
Okay, I'm saying that's the first long flight, really, isn't it?
Well, this is it. You might decide you want to split the
Not
journey.
Mm-hmm.
Just while you're checking everything and putting it through its paces. So it would be nice if we got some of it, but I'm guessing we'll continue to see the Neos strip through here and the XLRs going the whole distance to Bangor or wherever they like to
It'd be
put
nice
them.
if it was A330 Neos.
Oh, would it ever? So they reckon the first XLR is supposed to go to United in January 2026.
Right.
So that's
A while away,
good news for us, yeah. So I would imagine somewhere in 2026 is when we're going to start to see that gradual easing out of the 757 on this route. However, this is aviation we're talking about. Things can change. So getting back in that chat. Good morning, Audrey McDonald. How you doing, Audrey? Rab's going plane of the day on this 757 as well. Gotta be honest, I think, oh dear, it's a banker bet for me. Edelweiss A320, I just love that thing, and quite enjoyed that Falcon we saw earlier in the show, that 2X. So, I don't know. I think I can say with certainty, I think I might as well invoke Pegasus now. It won't be the Pegasus. No scenario. No scenario. 101 likes are up. Let's just get that peal of fireworks up as well to say thank you to everyone who hit the like. And of course, if you are in the show and you've not yet hit the like button, please do give us that major piece of love. It goes a long way in the world of YouTube broadcasting. Ooh, let's have a look here. Ian Finley says, talking of the new, let's say goodbye to the 4 737-700 Transavias. Oh man, they've gone to the scrapyard, have they? That'll include the one with the old Transavia livery on that we had a few weeks ago, won't it? You know, there's one that was the old Transavia.
Yeah.
So they were all green.
Not the red under,
Not
the
the-
underbelly painting.
Don't know about, I'm trying to think about the T is inside a green circle
circle.
and then another circle.
Yeah.
That was here back in, I'd like to say October.
We captured that
We did.
over from the mound.
That's right.
Right, so we did.
So that'll be part of the scrappage. Oh, that's glum news, isn't it?
Is KLM not still operating 700s?
Well, they are.
Easy, are they?
Well, and that's the other thing. I keep thinking, I think it's January now, isn't it, for the A321 here, the A321 Neo with KLM.
KLM, yeah.
It was going to be October. I know that plane's in use.
Yeah.
They've had it delivered, so they've got at least 2 on the roster. And the second one was supposed to be for this route. I suppose at the end of the day, as long as we get to see it. Because when you think about it, KLM operate a fair amount of diversity, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
With their different Embraers, their
They haven't
Boeings.
exactly stuck to like Boeing or Airbus.
I always feel it quite sad when planes are off to the boneyard, though.
Yes, United, correct me if I'm wrong here, was an all Boeing fleet,
You're right.
and they've now switched on to Airbus.
I understand why some of these fleets split the bet a little bit like Emirates
Aye.
do, because then you've got leverage over contractors, whereas Ryanair, for example, they're an all Boeing operator and they use it a different way, that argument. But I don't know, there's a point somewhere, isn't there, where perhaps the other side start to think, yes, we value your custom, but we don't think you're going to blow us out because you've got all of the logistical.
With Ryanair, all the lady needs to say is, well, Airbus it is.
But it takes a long time then to switch the pendulum over, and then you're looking at things like,
JetBlue are starting to do it.
well, they are, that is true. Different scale, but they are the UK's 3rd biggest.
I wouldn't say they're bringing in the 321s to replace the 737s long term, but
No, they've got I can't say the word, plurality in their fleet now,
Yeah.
where they didn't before.
But then it was a natural successor to the 757.
That's true. That is very true. And let's face it, Boeing have been
That's
asleep at the wheel on that
Yep.
massively. I think that's what the 797, as is designated, is supposed to be the 757 replacement, but that's just a dot on a design board.
They went as far as they could go now with a 737.
Well-
They can't stretch it any further.
But it's not just that, they've got themselves into a pickle that I don't think anyone knows when
I
they're
don't
getting
think
out of it.
The 10 will get certified.
The longer this goes on, when do you cut your loss? Do you know, I didn't realise until the other day reading somewhere, there was a Max 7 as well.
Right. And there's a 319 Neo.
Did not know that.
You don't see them.
You don't see them, do you? What, still in production or? You got good eyes. You have actually.
I've seen one. It's a corporate jet. Other than that, I haven't seen any in airline service.
So let's go back to the chat. Ian Finley says, since November, 18 airframes sent to St Athan. Is that near Cardiff, St Athan?
Nothing yet. So it's not hot from Cardiff.
It's the real weird thing where there's part of me morbidly would like to go to the proverbial boneyard.
Wouldn't you like to just walk in the gate and have a wander about?
Yeah, but I think I'd go home sad. If I'm really honest.
Go home with a pocket full of memories.
Because I've got it on my horizon, not for streaming purposes. I think there's folks better able at doing that kind of thing, but I want to go to the React in July. Got firm plans on that, and if I'm going to go to the trouble of going down there, Kemble's not far away.
Game's not far in Cotswolds.
So if I do it that way, I'm going to do the two things. Purely as an aviation fan, I'll probably do some feature stuff at Kemble for members.
There's a guy on YouTube that streams from Kemble quite a bit. Well, doesn't stream as such, he posts video from
Yeah, I
Kemble.
know the guy you mean. I think I'm subscribed to him. I can't.
Yeah, but there's a lot of it's general aviation.
So United not rushing. I think Aviation Action Scotland has put the kibosh on another 757 departure. He's their lucky charm.
These clouds, how they're getting the holes.
Yeah, just give you a little bit of that. Look at that cloud. Ooh, can't even get a focus on that. So it looks like BA are going to be out the door first. Dare I say it, despite the sky, I've got this hunch it's going to be dry now.
Well, look at me.
Oh, because it's coming that way as well. Maybe it's not. Folks, I've just changed my mind.
Quick dive back to the car maybe.
That's the thing about live streaming. It is very, very hard to set up under wet, driving rain, but it's not much of a laugh trying to take your kit down in those conditions.
Well, once you get into a rhythm of things, you know what goes where.
Yeah, the difference is, of course, at the end of the day, you're knackered and stiff. The start, it's easier. Oops, plane's moved. Got a Jet 2 737 also active at the minute, zooting up the taxiway, but we'll stay with this departing British Airways aircraft. Keep it simple. David Gordon updating us on rain, 70% chance from 11ish. I'm going to leave the bag on the camera, it's just too much of a faffle. I bet that would be pretty damn awesome, Rab, cycling above the clouds. It's kind of weird when you're out walking the hills and you find yourself walking into the clouds. I've never yet managed to find myself the other side of it. You just kind of start being fogged out. Bit of the old cotton wool. So good morning and a very warm welcome to anyone that has just joined the stream. Welcome to Edinburgh International Airport for our Sunday show. If you don't know who I am, I'm Mark, and if you jump into the chat to say hi, it would be my pleasure to say hello. Of course, you do need to subscribe if you're not yet subscribed, but as it's free, you can't go wrong. Well, suddenly it's like everything's gone super slow-mo. We've got British Airways holding. United, still where we left them last. I think we'll go there because actually that is the best looking plane I can see. Pentland Hills, which aren't on camera at the minute, definitely being swathed by some fairly fast moving cloud. Good morning, Mark 176. How you doing, pal? Hope all is good. Alexandra Wood, it's been lovely to see you. Good luck with your various missions. No, David, no idea on the delay, but it looks to me like United. Are they returning to gate or no? Surely not. He's returning to gate. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Aviation Action Scotland has struck again. I'm not laughing because I feel really sorry for my viewers and the people on this plane. But Gary was saying last time he was here filming, he filmed a United 75 that went tech on departure. This one's not even got the motors gunning. Jiffy heck. So, what we got? We've got Ryanair ready to roll. And that would be to Santander. 737-800. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Gary's jinxed the United departure. I get the feeling they were trying to reboot something. You know, like if it was a straight mechanical issue, you know you're done, don't you? But if you're going to reset your CPUs and all this kind of malarkey. Yeah, I think Mark 176, the 757 is clearly, much as we love it as a plane, it's at the end of its career. Sadly. Jet 2s. We've got one lining up onto the active at the minute, out of shot, off to Fuerteventura. The one you're looking at is Tenerife. Ash Watts, thank you for joining us, mate. Off into town as Kim's last day off until Christmas. So she's a butcher, the busiest time of the year. Tell you what, it sounds like your place is the place to go. I bet your turkey is beyond compare. Anyway, have a great time. Tell you what, when Eddie and I went into Newcastle for the match yesterday, we thought early enough to get a bite to eat. Well, we did get a bite to eat, but it was way busier than we anticipated. It really was. We only got to the ground with half an hour to spare, which for us is a bit lazy. But everywhere was heaving. Good morning, Ian Nicholson, first and foremost. Ian, how you doing, my friend? And secondly, thank you for being such a great friend, gifting a membership. Awesome stuff. We'll look into that in a jiff. Thank you, mate. Hope you're doing well. It might be raining. See little flecks of drizzle on the bag that's on the camera. Right, Ian Nicholson's fireworks. Let's just get organised. Super friend to the channel. Right, that feels like the spot. Thank you, Ian. These are for you. And who actually got? That's the next bit. How excellent! Mark 176, whose name actually appeared directly beneath the gifted. Surely this isn't going out short. Good morning, Martin Davidson. How you doing, mate? And Siobhan Everett. God love you. How you doing? I wasn't expecting to see you, so I hope you're keeping well. Well, I know you're not, but you know what I mean. Doing well is what I meant to say. Doing better. Right, inbound. We've got an easy from Gatwick. So let's find it.
Morning.
Morning. You see the wind is starting to make itself felt, although no real crosswind components. Right, I better get the lid on my broadcast box perhaps. It's nuisance value. It's barely anything, but I have this habit of forgetting that it's drizzling when it's as light as this. Sharon J, hi to you. I'm Mark, my pleasure to meet you. Ian Nicholson, in the action again, another gifted membership. Thank you so much, Ian. That one going to RCC. I don't know if Rob is in the show, but I know he'll appreciate it. We certainly do. Thank you, mate. Sorry, I forgot about the planes. So we've got Scotland's finest just starting to inch forward to get itself lined up. Doesn't look promising, does it? I think David Gordon said in the chat the rain probability shoots up quite sharply up to 11 o'clock. But I don't know. Yeah, I've seen all the little spots on the bag now. I'm within minutes of putting the lid on the box, because otherwise you kind of forget if you're not careful. I don't like the lid on if I can avoid it. Right, let's get to the departing Loganair, an ERJ 145.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our baby. Right, fireworks for... Did I do fireworks for Ian? Yeah, I did, didn't I? That was when I kind of got myself tied in knots. Good morning, Yvonne C. Hello to you. Hang on, another giftie from Ian Nicholson. That makes the hat trick ball, and that went to Gary Davis. Not the Radio 1. Is that Radio 1 DJ or somebody else I'm thinking of? Anyway, by the by, we'll do fireworks again in a jiff. So we've got another EasyJet to the naked eye. And we'll do some fireworks in a minute. The EasyJet inbound from London Luton. I've forgotten about the replay function. We'll do a replay, see if I've got the time calibrated correctly when this one comes in. Hit that replay. It doesn't. Right, let's find our Dutch master. Right, Ian Nicholson's fireworks for the hat-trick ball. There we go. So David Gordon asks about short takeoffs, meaning the aircraft's not full. There may be other reasons, but generally I take that to be the indication. They don't need as much runway to take off. And of course, the more tarmac you have to use, that's more fuel burn. So yeah, lighter planes can get off with less track, basically. So what's the latest, Gary, with, do you know where things are at with the tanker drivers dispute that is shaping up here?
Yeah, I never heard anything about it.
Yeah, it's I only picked this up a couple of days ago, and therefore this might have moved on, but my understanding is that the tanker drivers here are still in pay dispute and are looking to go on a fairly lengthy stoppage from the 17th, 18th of December. Does anyone in the chat know about this? Yvonne C's got a house full. All hands to the pump then. Hope you're having a cracking time. Yeah, looks like United is going to be resting up a bit longer. It's a shame. Yeah, just caught that. So it seems like perhaps it's another reboot. A reboot. Hope so. Sharon J, we're kind of fairly weather resistant, so if the rain does turn up as the forecast indicates, we'll just put the lid on the box and we'll waterproofed up.
I'll be on my way home.
Gary's on his way home. Oh, we're on the push as well. So here we go. You're going to get to see the 757 and enjoy the dulcet tones of the RB211 engines. Well, yeah, Gary's just shown me, crossed fingers, and he'd be right to do so. However, they must be pretty confident. Maybe they just had to take somebody off the plane.
Possibly.
Because that's the kind of time that will be involved, isn't it? By the time you put the steps on and got to file another flight plan and blah blah blah. Plus you need a tug. Everything's out of sequence, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. Ian Finley says,
Medical maybe.
hang on a minute. I thought I'd fireworked up for Ian Nicholson all three, so for the avoidance of definite doubt, Ian Nicholson, fireworks set 2. I thought I'd hit the button here. That's number 2. Thank you, my friend. And this is for the hat-trick ball. Sorry, I thought I'd activated it. Shows you. Cold fingers, cold screens, and faulty recollection on my part. Ooh. E-bike on. Wrapped up as I am, I'm starting to feel it a little bit now. Just a little bit. So we're into a little bit of a pause. We knew we'd be a bit strapped for action between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. So, and thank you Ian Finley for keeping me straight as well. Good morning, NSEC Carl. How you doing, pal? Ooh, Mark 176 brings welcome news to the chat. A Dragonfly Executive Beach King Air B200 inbound from Luton, arriving in around 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, 15 to 20 minutes. Strip 3 off because I'm a bit behind, so 12 to 15 minutes. Anyway, love it. Rob's not heard about the tanker thing either. So where have I got that from then? I'm sure I got that from, well, one of the Edinburgh. Oh, I think BBC as well. Anyway.
You don't believe everything you hear on the BBC.
I don't believe much of what any of them do now, to be honest. Ah, right, Rab's got it. It is the BBC. Thanks, Rab, for pulling that link up. I mean, I'd like to think they'll settle it because my understanding is it was going to be a fairly lengthy strike. So let me just see. From the 18th of December for 19 days over the Christmas period. And this is after rejecting a 4.5% pay rise. So you'd like to think that they'll avoid having that scenario. I mean, they'll have a contingency, I guess, of sorts.
This country's practically falling on its knees. I mean, when they came up with 4.5% pay rises, I mean, the most pay rise I've seen, other than the doctors, 5% across the board, even the train drivers and stuff like that, and it's criminal.
Now, stay out of politics. We don't do politics on the show, but I know it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because this cost of living thing, and again, I'll keep out the politics bit. Well, yeah, because it's great for manufacturers and everybody. Eddie and I were talking about this yesterday. We like the price of cars.
Consumer.
Price of cars, they've never been cheap, have they?
No.
Not really. It's after your house, it's the second dearest thing you're going to buy. But now, the price of everyday models ain't every day.
No. And then they're more or less pushing more and more to go electric.
Well, that's another complication, and I think it's one we're all going to have to face, that transition. It's about the when, isn't it? And the affordability.
Buy a classic car then. Mark II Cavalier.
Mark II Cavalier. Do they count as a classic now?
It does now, aye, 40 years. My first one was 1982. X-Ridge.
Good morning, Alibi 58. How you doing, my friend? Big day at the snooker. Is it final day today? Excuse me, team. Got a bit of a frog in my throat. As we track out with this delayed United 757. If anyone's listening into the show and knows with certainty why this plane returned to the terminal, it'd be fantastic to know. We've kind of gone from speculating on tech and various reboots to having to deboard somebody. My instincts now are that that's a deboarding rather than a tech. I think if it was a question of reboot territory, they'd have done that out in the middle. They sat there long enough, didn't they?
Well, we did that when the one that failed to go, he came out and he sat over there and did a couple of engine runs and stuff like that, and then decided to go for it, but to no avail.
So, track is clear. This should just be a straight exit. So folks, stand by for the sound of some RB211 music. Might as well follow the climb. And then she will go on. I'm just going to put us on the freight park actually. We've not had a decent mooch about.
It's looking a bit sparse now.
Just looks sparse, doesn't it, at naked eye first glance?
GBA's and a logo.
ASL freighter parked over there. We'll just rest on that for the moment. Yep, the wind's here. So Rab's confirmed plane of the day on that 757.
Yep.
I think that's definitely pole position. This isn't, back to Gary, we were talking electric motors and everything. So DB Bassman was configuring an electric Skoda on their website with all the bits and bobs that DB likes, 47k.
Oh,
You see, that is serious cash, isn't it?
Yep.
Whichever way you look at it, that is serious cash. I can't pretend I'm not intrigued though with the electric car thing. I'm just not intrigued with the price.
my brother-in-law's got one, God love him, he's unable to use it. It's a 1.5 years old now, and it's got 1,200 mile on it.
Not able to use it because he can't get the
Can't use it 'cause
distances.
he's not well.
Oh right, health.
I've put more miles on it for him.
I mean, it's obvious something's got to give, isn't it? You can't keep belching out all the stuff we keep belching out.
But they keep saying that electric's the way forward and stuff like that, but electric production is producing as much carbon emissions as
Well, this is the interesting bit,
10
isn't it?
years running a fossil fuel car.
I think the thing that sticks in my head at the minute, probably why I'm just cautious, because obviously the price implications are significant, is you think back to the diesel thing. Do you remember there was a phase where diesel was seen
Diesel
as...
was recommended.
Yeah, the cleaner option. I had a Citroen C4, I used to pay £35 a year road tax, £35. Yet that was all under a false premise because they kind of decided it wasn't quite as clean as they thought it was.
And they put all these EGR valves and catalytic converters and DPFs and all that on them. Riddle me this then. My car's a diesel. Vauxhall Insignia diesel, 2013. £190 a year road tax, which is fair enough, but it's not less compliant. Now,
Oh, low emission zone.
road tax is based on emissions.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I could go and buy the petrol equivalent, 1.8 petrol equivalent, and the road tax is over £300 a year,
£300 a year.
but it's less compliant.
I can't unriddle that.
It's more emissions.
Yeah, yeah. Let's jump in and do a... I can't solve that, it's made me head hurt.
Diesel's now 10 pence a litre.
Good morning, Hector M. How you doing, Hector M? That would be a thing, wouldn't it, Ian Finley? The magic hammer to sort out tech issues on planes. That would be pretty good. It'd be like Doctor Who with his sonic screwdriver. Do you remember Doctor Who with his sonic screwdriver? That would be a thing. As would me keeping up with this plane. I'm just doing a bit of housekeeping, giving the kit a dust. Somehow I dropped my pen and trampled it into the deck. It takes a special kind of streamer to do that. Planes and trains. Woohoo! It should be good to go. So, Michelle Johnson, good morning to you. Having a cup of tea. Good morning to Becky Davis. Away from Mark. Bit behind. I hadn't realised how far behind I got. I'll be back. I'll be back. Believe it or not, the wind is moving the tripod. Tell you what, is it me or is it getting colder?
Colder.
It is getting colder, isn't it? I don't think I'd price that in. Although I couldn't get many more layers
More
on.
the wind that's
Wind chill.
making it cold.
Right, so I said good morning to Michelle, Hector M. Thank you, mate. That is really kind of you to say. Loving having you with us. Becky Davis, ain't too bad. Good stuff. Ian Finley makes an interesting and very relevant point about electric cars range during cold periods. It's a well-established fact of physics that electricity don't like the cold.
Yep.
You find that with streaming kit, never mind motors.
But the first thing you'll do on a cold winter's morning is the demisters on, and rear windows and high-speed fan, get it as warm as you possibly can.
So Ian's in a hybrid, and I'll be honest with you, if you were saying transition, I'd be more comfortable going to a hybrid before all electric, because I'm naturally the guy who thinks I'm going to get stuck.
But my point, case in point, is I don't see why we should be forced into doing it. And we're eventually are going to be forced into doing it.
Yeah, but hang on, is that not the same thing? Not that I'm, like I say, stay out of the politics,
Yeah.
but heat pumps versus other boilers, it's the same thing, isn't it? Anyone in the chat got a heat pump? I might have asked this before, but I'm fascinated on that. We're not looking for a new boiler yet. Ours is only 4 years old. It's already had 2 tech faults, and it's a which recommended Best Buy. But we bought it in the pandemic, and a lot of corporations had supply chain issues and worked around it. So the first bit we had changed on it 2 years ago, the engineer did tell me that. He said, this particular component, we've changed a lot because it was some cheaper ones that were, or available ones more accurately.
Chinese parts.
Well, you know, they're kind of in that Hobson's choice, aren't they? Do we produce boilers, cars and all this malarkey with some slightly different bits that work? I don't know. It's all under warranty anyway.
But I mean, the electric car thing as well, when they were first introduced and stuff like that, and up until quite recently there were 0 road tax. Now the government's hitting them with road tax.
Well, this is the other thing about, you make purchasing decisions based on what the rules are. Biggest ticket item I suspect anyone buys. I hate it. As much as it's nice to drive a car away, the car that you buy.
New car smell and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, I absolutely despise the expense and the lead up to it. Don't make me a happy bunny, because I'm thinking, make a bad choice.
If you watch your videos and how they're produced and stuff like that, and you see how they're put together, and you go, why is it worth £40,000?
Well, Eddie got his car back yesterday, the long-running saga. So those of you in the show that know about Eddie's car going tech, initially in July, they fixed it, as in like they just reset it. They didn't fix anything, and then it failed on him again early September. The Vauxhall dealer, I've had that car until yesterday. He got it back.
Really?
Yeah, they couldn't get the spare parts and blah 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 blah. Well, hang on a minute, that's a 3-year-old car. What's that about?
I mean, cars aren't cars. They're not cars as you and I know them. You know what I mean?
Well, they're not like the ones, like when we were young lads and we had our first motor and you might change your own brake pads and change your plugs.
Yeah.
Points, my first car had points in it.
Mark 1 Fiesta.
Yeah, mine was a Mark 1 Fiesta, a silver one, a Kingfisher.
Nice was red on the top and silver on the bottom.
Mine have got one of those like blue go faster tints along the top.
The Formula Shell sun visor.
I love that car. I smashed it up twice.
That's the first car in all, and I made all my mistakes in it.
Yeah, I've... Oh, that's my phone. Let's just mute that. I think I'm in trouble with that one. I think it's something Mrs. PSA couldn't remember her phone number yesterday, so I used my number. It's the Levi's store. I think she's got a pair of jeans I think were being altered. I bet that's what that is, to say your jeans are ready.
I'd actually heard that she'd ordered you a Newcastle top for your Christmas.
Get out of it. Broke my heart. You have to keep bringing it
I was
up.
actually going to wear mine this morning.
No way.
I've got the retro on the 1995-96 with a Newcastle brown ale on it.
You know what, sometimes though, you know when something goes really wrong, you can only laugh. You can only laugh because you know the saying, you'd laugh or you'd cry. Right, Rav H keeping me straight on the Qatar A350, due in at 12:16. So, making early. We're going to finish with that as well, folks, I think. Unless there's anything that breaks just the other side that isn't a Ryanair or an EasyJet. So I'm thinking Aegeans and... Yeah, we've done that before, ain't we? But we'll take the earlier finish. Foxy Bees hybrid. See, this is the bit definitely what I'd feel better with. Impressed so far. Not tempted to go all electric. It just worries me. I can just imagine my phone going and Mrs. PSA saying, "It's stop, Mark, what am I to do?"
I mean, my wife's got a mobility car, and they more or less reckon their next car next year has got to be electric, and she won't drive an automatic.
I don't like
As such,
autos.
you know what I mean? But in the electric car, you've only got two pedals. Go and stop.
So let's have a look. Simon E says, blustery at Newcastle too. Gusting 37 knots there. I think we're probably going to be something similar. I think when I looked at the forecast this morning, it weren't going to be too far off. So what are we at the minute? So it says 16 knots at the minute, but it's the gust, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, 39 mile an hour, gusting up to. Drizzle is just picking up a bit. I think this is the moment where the lid goes on the box. So just bear with me, team, while I try and get the lid from underneath the box. I think we just hit that crossover point. Oops, better make sure nothing's touching the screen. Thinking, heck, this is harder than it looks. Nope. Snug as a bug in a rug. So we seem to be a bit light on action, which is always a disadvantage when you're running a live stream. So Marinella, Army Nago, hello to you, Marinella. Beautiful name. From Italy. Whereabouts in Italy? Hi to Sue Major. In Finley, I can well believe that manufacturers are going to be faced with penalties, or maybe it's a blend of penalties and incentives. It just seems so complicated, really. Good morning, Jack. Was here on Monday. Good stuff. This is what I call one of my happy spots, Edinburgh Airport. It really is. Not necessarily when the planes aren't rolling. When the planes are rolling, it's beautiful. Oh, I'm behind with... Let me go to the bottom of the chat, because I don't think... Right, Ian Finley, you mentioned the sound is intermittent. Is anyone else getting intermittent sound? Let's just go straight to the bottom. I'm not picking up in my headset anything at all. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I have. I've dropped a small number of frames. No longer dropping any frames. So I think it could be that. So if somebody could just confirm that sound is clean, that would be great. Our Beach King Air B200 inbound over the Firth of Forth at the minute. could well be. Thank you, Foxy B. You're okay, Rab's okay. I had dropped a very small number of frames, and I think that's what Ian could have picked up. It's only a very small packet, but a loss is a loss, and that will have affected the audio momentarily. Right, let's get... So thank you for that. So inbound, we have our Dragonfly Executive Beach King Air B200 G Olive Golf Oscar Lima India Victor, 21 years of age, coming our way. And good morning to Yorkshire Biker. Thank you, Marinella, for confirming as well the sound is good for you in Italy. Right, let's find our plane. I think we dropped the frames when I was getting the lid on the box. I was moving bits about, which on reflection probably wasn't the smartest. So this is probably going to be the smallest plane we're going to see in the show. It's going to feel the wind a bit. Yep. Yep. A little bit here, a little bit there. He's going to get this down though. At the very earliest convenience. Well done, pilot. Welcome to Edinburgh. Yeah, I have to say, looking between John McKenzie and Rab's comments, definitely wibbly wobbly on the way in, but put it down nicely. Tell you what, taxis well, doesn't it?
You've got it now.
I was impressed with that. Didn't look promising, did it? Jeez. You see, if he got that gust, that might have altered the calculation. Right, we've got a BA on the push, so let's take what's in front of us. A321. Can't quite recollect if it's a Neo. I don't think it is actually. Right, let's try my pronunciation skills with this name. Good morning to Mirko Hukrod. Mirko, I've probably got the first bit right, the second bit I've definitely not. I'm Mark anyway, my pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry I didn't quite nail that. But anyway, welcome to the show, welcome to Edinburgh. Rab says, stay for the 50 mile an hour gusts this evening. If I stay, there won't be 50 mile an hour gusts. It's there'll be less. But yeah, I'd seen the I think 5 o'clock, isn't it? 5 o'clock or thereabouts. It's supposed to get in that kind of range. But if you can see there, you've got the tower to the left, the Pentland Hills. Kind of, if you look carefully, probably just about perceptible. I can't actually see them. I can see them on the naked eye, but I can't see them through the plaggy bag. Plaggy bag covering the camera. God, man. So there's only 2 planes actually showing as active at the minute. That Beach 200 we saw arrive a short while ago, and this A321. And it is a Neo. I was wrong on that. This one's 6 years of age. So yeah. And I think I saw the comment in the chat, the reg is the clue to that one. Neo R. Yeah. Excuse me, team. You're right, Ian. The reg does the hard work in identifying the Neo. Daniel Watkins, good morning to you, Daniel. Happy Sunday. Saigon 54, hello to you. Hector M, no, we are really all about Edinburgh and Newcastle. There, I live in the northeast of England, so we stream from those 2 locations, and then periodically we let the members decide where we go when we go for an away day. So the last one of those we did was Barcelona in October, Zurich in August, and Munich in June, Frankfurt and Munich, Madrid in March. So periodically we go here, there or wherever. We're entirely funded by our memberships and kind supporters, so everything we make goes on content here. We don't keep any money for ourselves, it goes on content. So when we get to a point where we've got the ability to potentially go somewhere, we ask our members where they'd like to go, and then we have a vote on it, and then if we can get the right value from ticketing and all that malarkey, we go. Simples, in theory. It's been a lot of fun as well, because I think I've said it many times, we've got a very knowledgeable community at Plain Sailing Aviation, and when people recommend locations, it's usually, if not always, with good reason. You can't know everything, so to speak. It's funny actually, Rab, Eddie and I were discussing Madrid yesterday when we were having our pre-match lunch, just talking about some of the things that kind of surprised us. We knew it was going to be good. I mean, I think intuitively you'd think, yeah, Madrid would be good, but I think it kind of blew us away scale-wise, and I think we decided that we're definitely going to return in 2025. We'll probably do that one a bit like this year, outside of channel resources, one of our sort of thank you to our community kind of streams, because I'm quite keen on getting back to the members and getting some direction in terms of where we should go next year. We've still got Brussels very much on our shortlist as well. I'm just getting edgy about Brussels, a bit like Schiphol in the winter months. You know, you want a reasonable chance on the weather. I know Nell will guarantee me the safe passage pass for good weather in Brussels if I take the plunge, but it's always a bit of a worry, isn't it, when you spend money to go and film the planes, that you're going to actually have conditions that mean you can broadcast in. I'll tell you what, there's not much rush here. This was due to go out at 10 o'clock and it's 10:24, so guessing they've burnt through a couple of flight plans. We have somebody on final approach, just crossing the first Firth of Forth, another BA aircraft, and that's inbound from Heathrow.
And then number 2.
It's a BA hub.
From what I can tell, I think the Loganair is parked.
That's been there pretty much since, I think it might have been tugged there when I was setting up, because I had an uninterrupted view of that Jet2 A321, and then I realised the shadow had crept in. Right, let's get that inbound plane.
Right.
That you, Gary?
There's another shuttle.
So top of the hour, we should have Aegean and Pegasus, shouldn't we? 11 o'clock or thereabouts. So, we'll line up for the departing plane. Thank you so much for that tie. I cannot believe that.
I seen it lying there and I thought, you know what?
No, seriously, that is class, proper class.
I think I tried it on. That was it. I can't even remember who I got it. I wish I could tell you, spin you a tale about.
Yeah,
It was an an ex-PCAL captain or something like that gave me it, but.
Right, here we go.
Oh. Brought me an email regarding purchasing a calendar, because I was looking through everything last night and I couldn't really. I remember you did put it out, but
Don't worry, I put something under a members thing on the, but I'll drop you an email.
yeah.
Do not worry.
Fastest A321 in the west. Genial.
Well, I think you're just getting out ahead of the drizzle, aren't you?
I don't think I'm as waterproofed up as you are, so I'll take it.
Well,
Take the hint and go.
This setup would be fine in this, it's not torrential. I just hate streaming with a bag on the camera, that's the bit I really dislike. But unless you're going to brolly up, you've got to find a way of protecting the kit.
Right. Everybody have a nice Christmas. Hopefully see you all in the new year.
So that's Gary, Aviation Scotland, exiting the building.
Yes. Fucker, out.
That's a big 10-4, Gary. See you, mate. Ooh, DB Bassman. That's got to be the Pegasus, isn't it? That's what you mean by plane of the day. That cult plane. I think next year's members calendar, I think we'll call it the various shades of Pegasus. Captured through the year. What an appalling prospect that will be. Right, have a quick look around the kit, check that we're good. I think we're good. Ooh, something else to settle for the chat while I think on. Me and Mrs. PSA were debating this on our way into Newcastle on Friday. Best ever Christmas song. What's your best ever Christmas song? I chucked mine on the table. I'm stuck between Slade and Wizard, really. They're my two favourite. I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day and Merry Christmas Everybody. Two classics on the 70s I absolutely love, and ask me on 2 different days, I'll give you 2 different answers. But for me, absolutely stand out. What do you reckon, folks? Don't worry, that's not a precursor to me launching into song. So Rab, Nell, you don't need to get ready to pull the plug out on me. Trust me. Right, we've got some inbound action. EasyJet are providing that. An A320 from Belfast. Coming your way soon, folks. Ooh, Mark 176 has intrigued me with an US Air Force Lockheed C-130 Hercules over the borders, holding steady at 20,000 feet. Now, I don't think it's coming our way, but it kind of reminds me of that lucky moment we had a few weeks ago where we got a Luftwaffe A400. 20,000 feet, it could be. God, that would make my day. It would make my day. DB Bassman, no, I have yet to take the plunge with the doner kebab pies from the co-op yet. To be fair, I don't think I've had a doner kebab since the 80s. I'll put myself out there and say that they were a regular feature on a Friday or Saturday night, or sometimes consecutives. Good morning, Scottish Linda. Hello to you. Michelle Johnson is all for the Pogues. That's a Christmas classic as well, isn't it? No question. Definitely that. And the same for Simon E as well. Chris Rea, driving home for Christmas, I'm thinking you're talking about there, Rab. And Foxy B is for that too. Quite like that one too. Oops, forgot there's a plane coming in. I was just imagining driving home for Christmas. Although luckily for you guys and girls, no chance of me breaking into song. Throat is a bit sore from the football yesterday, although as covered earlier in the show, I was not singing much for half the game, but first half give the old vocal cords a good outing. I've got just the right range of notes for football matches. So no need to deploy any no sing emojis. I just can't get the noise up. Ross McNeil is also for driving home as well, which is a classic. Must have made him some money. All these megastars and their major Christmas hits, every January they must get a big fat check land. It must be a sweet feeling. So John McKenzie, Fairy Tale of New York, Pogues, Kirsty MacColl, never bettered. I think as far as this show goes, I think that's the consensus. I think the Pogues have it based on my unscientific scanning of the screen. Pogues have it. Now, Shane McGowan passed away, well, before his time obviously, but relatively recently. But am I right in thinking that Kirsty MacColl has been deceased for a number of years now? Well, wind is up. So EasyJet City. Apparently we're getting a 10th EasyJet A320 based here at Edinburgh for next season. I think that's because they are adding Zurich onto their list of destinations. There's the rain. I'm just going to put my pocketbook out of trouble as we look at, we'll take you from one EasyJet to another. I'm just going to put you on static there, folks, while I get organised. All I can hear in my head at the minute is driving home for Christmas. And that wasn't even my pick either. Anybody wondering whether we're going to get a white Christmas in the UK this year as well? That's another thing that I don't remember seeing one since childhood. Daniel Watkins, I am in not bad shape, mate. Footballers broke my heart, not for the first time, but it's always nice to get back to the airport and get some good things going in life. That drizzle has definitely turned up pretty much as advertised, well, near enough. Yeah, road to hell as well. He did have a traffic thing going on, didn't he, Chris Rea? But a very talented musician. Yeah, Scottish Linda, we're on the same page. Wizard, yeah, that was one of my joint two. I'll forever sort of toggle between Wizard and Slade. There was just something quintessentially 70s Christmas about both of those songs. Whereas I think, if I'm correct, Driving Home for Christmas is from the 1980s. A bit of a wibble on in the wind. Okay, EasyJet next to go. Yeah, feel better soon, Scottish Linda. Sorry to hear you're under the weather. You're right, DB Bassman, sing when you're winning. Chumbawamba, or something a bit like that. I can hear that in my head. That's now taken over. Driving home for Christmas is now out of my head. Wow, this drizzle is coating everything. It's actually hard to see the viewfinder. That's better. Right, so we have another inbound, imminent. We've had a bit to that now. Just feel a catastrophe if I don't point the camera in the right place. I think I can hear that C-130 overhead. Unless I'm much mistaken. There's something droning away. Yeah. It's driving past. It's driving home for Christmas. What we're getting if we're not getting a blooming Herc. I know what we're getting an Air France Embraer 190 standard inbound from Paris Charles de Gaulle. I don't know if you could hear any of that, not me droning, but the plane droning high in the sky. Rest the camera there for a moment. Hector M is with the Pogues as well. Simon E talks about Noddy Holder and his pension. Yeah, it must be such a big check because it's on all the while. I think I heard it twice on the way here this morning in a 2-hour journey. He's on every hour. All good. Ross McNeil says Chris Rea brought his holiday home with royalty payments. I need to get into songwriting. Mind you, if you think about it, I mean, these are all royalties off current plays, but back in the days of vinyl, was really the time to make your money. and number 1 really meant something in the top 40. I mean, if you take something like Bing Crosby and White Christmas, where does all that money go? His estate, obviously, but I don't know. Must be a nice little earner for somebody. Ah, Rab, yes, Kirsty McCall. It was a boating accident, wasn't it? Untimely and tragic, definitely. $150 likes up, says Rab. I'm a little bit behind, I've just realised. I'll try and pull it back. So a quick burst of fireworks. Well done team, getting us to the 150. Good stuff. Must be a change in wind, a slight change. I can smell Jet A1 for the first time today. That's interesting. It is still a west-southwesterly, I think. Foxy B, I hope I've not missed your exit, but thank you for watching. Catch you soon. I'll tell you what, Ross McNeil, you're exactly right. If you think about creativity, 70s, 80s, and then it kind of falls off a page. So we've got a logo there, ATR. I think that's what I could smell earlier on. It's a bit like I'd seen something about Band-Aid being re-released, but as far as I reckon, the original one from, what was it, 1985, 84, 85? I think that was the better one. So we've got a short departure. This little piggy is off to Exeter. Good morning, Deborah Bell. How you doing, Deborah? And Derek Porter. Hi to Derek. Ooh, Deborah Bell, feel better soon. Ooh, chest infection. Oh my lord. Get well soon, Deborah. Didn't quite catch all of that. Sorry folks, I've got the camera unlocked. Made rather a hash of that. So I was going to get just a little bit longer. Apologies for that, I was very scrappy. Jonathan McD, member for 9 months of Plain Sailing Aviation and a fantastic friend to the channel. Where does the time go? I know that's what's in your head, and you'd be right to ask that question. Let's get the fireworks up for Jonathan McD. Thank you, Jonathan. Fantastic, mate. We like our friends at Plain Sailing Aviation. Good morning, Alan Lee. How you doing, Alan? What's the weather doing at Seatonburn? '84 was it, Scottish Linda? I wasn't sure if the was it a Christmas hit originally? Oh no, I'm thinking of George Michael as well. Last Christmas. Another classic. Welcome back, Nell W-8. We seem to be swathed in what can really be described as a permanent coating of drizzle. But it's so light, it's just, well, I suppose if we're honest, it's negligible. Let's have a quick water break. Oh dear. As you can tell, the wind is building up, and of course the forecast is for a windier day as it progresses. So we're into that phase of the show where the radar's gone blank. Pegasus inbound from Istanbul with us in 12 minutes. So I'm naturally looking forward to that one, as you can imagine. Let's see if I've got a snack bar in here. I do apologise, team, I'm just likely to be rooting around. I suppose if I just check if the lens is splattered up. A little bit. Couple of little droplets. So I'm just going to give the screen a quick dusting. Good. Right, this is my low Russell snack bar. That's not working out, is it? So the inbound Pegasus is an A320 Neo, 3 years of age, so pretty mint. And that's being followed in by the Aegean A320, also a Neo, 1 year of age. Thanks Rob H for confirming our Qatar 350, still looking early. I think it might have shed just a smidgen of time. Anyway, 12:22 will be Fandom. That gives us an estimated finish time of around 12:30 then. By the time we've banked that one, tracked it in, and I've done the usual end of show wrap. Oh, is this what North Essex looks like, Michelle? Someone's getting the sun somewhere. I'm just going to go over to the EasyJet park, the freight park. There we go, this is rest up there, a couple of West Atlantics. Sorry, Deborah Bell. It was an essential 75 calories type snack bar. Drizzle's just sent me feeling a bit cold. But it's also, it's almost impossible to eat those things silently. Anyway, been and gone. So, inbound Pegasus, getting up to the coast now. Now 6 minutes away. Give me time to dust my tablet down. Absolutely covered in drizzle. Take the camera for a roam. I bet it's nice and warm in there. If you're watching from in there, do say hi in the chat. Thank you, LW. Exactly that. Please do hit the like, folks. I know we're not a big audience today, but every like really does count. It really does. So what we got? We've got Pegasus, Logan Air. Now managed to sneak in. So we've got Logan Air inbound from Southampton. GM behind them. Come on, Marky Mark. Followed by British Airways with a 321 Neo. This one, Meow. 5 years of age. So that's 1, 2, 3. So we've got 4 arrivals in pretty short order. So looking good. So we might have a movement over here, so I'm just going to drop onto this Ryanair for a moment. The rain is just getting a bit more persistent. You might be able to hear a little bit of it. So Mark 176 points out we've got the Norwegian 737 from Oslo coming in from the north. That is that Max Manus, the Norwegian resistance fighter on that tail fin. Sadly not Freddie Mercury, that's one for another day. Gary, you're right, mate. Mark's plane of the day. I was saying earlier, we're going to have a Pegasus calendar for 2026. It'll be the 12 months of Pegasus. Oh God, that is just appalling, isn't it? I'd have to put Eddie on that one. Ross McNeil says the sun is trying to pop out 15 miles to the east of us. To the west, see if I can give you a bit of westerly orientation. which is really where the weather's coming from. It's pretty grotty. But there's no real, it's not heavy, it's just like a perma drizzle. Sorry Michelle, it's not going to be a Freddie my sweet. I got all excited when I checked the planes this morning at 3:30. I thought, come on man, we'd do a Freddie. I thought a Freddie would go a long way, but right, Pegasus lining up out over the Firth of Forth. Oh, it's the plane. You're right, I've just seen Rab's comment about the tail fin being unnamed. It was the Max Manus one this morning at 3:30. They've obviously swapped it out for the plane one that we see quite a lot here. Of course, we get Norwegian at Newcastle International, I think from early May actually. So I suppose our odds of seeing Freddie improve just because there's a couple of both our airports will at least get Norwegian movements, so whichever way that goes, unless I'm physically unable to, I am going to stream Freddie wherever he appears. Yeah, Michelle, if that was a painted out Freddie, I don't think he's in the greatest of condition, to be fair. If you're going to create these Legends type tail fins, you're really under an obligation to keep them up to snuff, aren't you? Kind of defeats the object of the tatty looking. Keep looking out towards the Firth of Forth. I cannot see that Pegasus. However, let's start to make ready. I think give me Turkish Airlines any day over Pegasus or Sun Express. Definitely like them. All right. Rab, you're talking about the Norwegian. Well, the Norwegian I've got on screen is a painted out one. I assumed it was, we're talking about one and the same thing. Oh no, W, I've only seen Freddie in dark conditions really. That snatched glimpse that we had at Amsterdam Schiphol, Eddie and I, on our way to Madrid, and that's as close as it's got, and even that was just a bit. Go on, Bennett. Right. I'll tell you what, visibility's falling off a cliff out towards the east. It's like car headlamps in fog. I won't chase hard yet because you're not getting anything worth seeing. We'll just make ready. There you go, you'll see towards the left of your screen it is just a hint of a plane. See what Meta is saying about where the ceiling is at the minute, 1200 feet. That ceiling has come down 600 feet in the last hour. It's closing in, folks, and if I look behind me, looking northwards, the sky looks pretty ominous. Westwards looks ominous. I think we're probably going to finish with a lot of spray with that A350, which will be nice. I don't think there'll be any complaints. Rab, I always get the wrong end of the stick. It's a shame there's only 2 ends. If there was 3 ends to the stick, I'd probably find a way of getting hold of that too. It's trouble when you're only semi in the chat. You kind of have to use your intuition occasionally, but it doesn't always work. Or often doesn't always work. Anyway. Let's get the Pegasus in. Wow, they got the stoppers on that good and early. Very early. So next in, if I'm correct in my thinking, is Logan Air from Southampton. I think that's how I remember the lineup. Tell you what, impressive as the stopping was, it's the most incremental rollout I think I've seen for ages. Checking out that emoji action, I must admit, I might have mentioned I'm not a big Pegasus fan, but I'm loving that emoji action. Let's have a look, bottom up, Gary Fleming, Michelle Johnson, Nell W, Rab H, Yorkshire Biker, Simon E, setting that screen yellow. Good stuff. Rab, you've already voted for your plane of the day. You don't get more votes. Bought our scene. I have to say, even in these gloomy conditions, it does rather stand out. Oh, blinking heck. Telescope, telescope, telescope. I won't do the replay. I don't think I can get in the box without letting too much drizzle in. I will do for the 350 though, it's worth the risk. I'll risk it for a Swisskit. A bit of Jet A1 there, second time today. It's a rarity for me on Almond Bank. I never seem to get that, but Definitely got a bit there. Beautiful. So Aegean should be next in with their A320 from Athens. So very much the Mediterranean connection in this phase of the show. I think Mark 176, it might be flight radar being a bit tricky with us. I think with the Loganairs anyway, once they go below 1,000 feet, you lose them anyway if they're the ones with the older transponder boxes. It's getting a bit brighter in the east now. Shame that's not where the weather's coming from. Wind is buffeting me about just in that moment. Eee. So plenty of Scotland's finest emoji action. Now W-8, Simon E, Rab H, Michelle Johnson, HGC, and oodles of Aegean. Now W, Simon E, Michelle, Rab H, turning it blue, and HGC. That was close, Gary. That was a close telescope, man. Definitely. I must admit, I get days like today where you're constantly wanting to wipe things. Oops, and your concentration, or my concentration, just goes for a Burton because I'm constantly thinking, oh, should I give this a wipe? Should I give that a wipe? Anyway, Norwegian inbound with their adorned tail fin. No, it's not. Actually, it's British Airways. I lie. I've clicked on the wrong thing. British Airways inbound from London Heathrow. A321neo, registered Meow. 5 years of age. We'll pick one up in a minute. Let's go for the Aegean that's just come under my nose. Good morning, Paul's Hijinks. How you doing, Paul? Happy Sunday to you. Rab's got dark sky to the west. Let's have a look what my westerly prospects are. Weirdly enough, I think 5 miles beyond what I can see looks brighter. I think we're going to find, certainly in terms of the drizzle, things are going to improve in the next 20 minutes, I would think. Wind is picking up though, and that's the other bit, of course. That was stone cold certainty that it would get windy as the day progressed, and so it is proving. You can probably hear that on mic. I can see your messages, Daniel Watkins, or at least the message asks, can I see your message? Oh dear. So, next inbound. This will be interesting on the breeze. We've got an ATR just crossing the coast at the minute. It'll be an Aer Lingus one, operated by Emerald Airlines, inbound from Belfast, an ATR 72, as is customary here. That'll be a next inbound action. Right, ATR time. The Qatar 350 approaching Schiphol. Nice one, Rab. Looking good. See what the wind does with this baby. Regulation. Rightio, folks, the action continues. Ryanair providing the next one in, 737 from Copenhagen. Good morning to you. Interactive. Right, I think we're going to take the lid off the box because the drizzle seems to have stopped. Let's get some replays back on the blocks. Oh, Yorkshire Biker Man, you're such a great friend to the channel. Thank you so much. Hot drink after the show. Delighted to oblige. Awesome support, my friend. £5 to keeping me alive. You see, if I hadn't got a slightly sore throat, I would have launched into some kind of Bee Gees Staying Alive rendition. But luckily for you good people, that's not going to happen. We'll do fireworks in a jiff. Good morning to anybody that has recently joined the show. Hope the Sunday's going well. Welcome to Edinburgh. And I'm Mark, if you didn't know that already. On air till about 12:30 today UK time, so we are pretty much just north of the final hour. See the hills again. And it just shows you this weather is just moving at pace. ERS Jack, hello to you, my friend. Welcome to Edinburgh. John Ashley, good morning to you, John. Right, let's get those fireworks on for Yorkshire Biker. Here you go, my friend. Oh, God bless you, Michelle Johnson. A very generous super chat donation of £25 from a very generous friend to our channel. Let me just wipe the condensation off my glasses and the steam that's the other side. Oh dear. To help out the channel, keep still chat, and a Merry Christmas donation. God love you, Michelle. We'll do those fireworks. Let's do it now, actually, because I think the inbound plane is treading water. Thank you, Michelle. Unbelievably kind. You're a great community, one and all. Hey, Elaine B. I think I said hi to Elaine B. Actually, sorry, Elaine B. I'm head scrambled. Aviation Action Scotland is back home in the warm. Exactly the right place to be. At least I hope that's where you are, Gary. So here's our Norwegian from Oslo. got a bit of a weight on the front forecourt. What have we got here? Ryanair out, Ryanair in. Yeah, gotta be honest, Gary, when you left Almond Bank, you definitely missed the worst of the drizzle. It hasn't come seriously heavy, but it's been incredibly persistent. However, it seems to have stopped right now, so I'm going to have a quick wipe of my glasses, treat myself. I'll let that Ryanair go and stay with the one that's coming into park up. Let's do that. Oh, unbelievable. Another great friend of the channel, John Rucroft, with a very, very generous £20 super chat. God love you guys. Let's do the fireworks now before the moment goes. Thank you, John. Awesome support, mate. Wait a minute. Telescope. Oh, no. What can I say? I'm not looking at the chat for 5 minutes. You'll have got fed up with ribbing me by then. Telescope. Oh man. But thank you, John Rucroft. That is awesome. These are Norwegian cutting across the shot. Let's just go with that for a little bit. Rab, have you got any more telescopes at your disposal? That was nailed on, weren't it? I didn't even notice that snicking out, to be fair. Gary's pounding the telescopes as well. Oh, come on, man. Yorkshire biker. I reckon we must be at 30. Are we at 30? Probably have to do it on count back. I think it kind of adds up to 3/4 for the year, doesn't it? Well, we kind of put the money from the first one for that Tiger Moth flight onto the Barcelona trip, sort of contribution towards costs and all that. The second one we haven't actually done anything with yet, and the third one I think they're probably going to be easier to do when the weather is warmer. Gosh, man. Keyboard stuck. I think it has. That's spamming. 31 or 32. I think it's 31. I'm not having 32. No way. But yeah, I've got to. I think because forfeits come in tens, I think I'm on the third. Good morning, Linda Cooper. How you doing? Yeah, God love you, Linda. You would have saved me. You know how hard it is to keep me on the straight and narrow. Hope the day's going well anyway. Because that's exactly the kind of low-slung plane that defeats me. Right. What's not going to defeat me is the inbound EasyJet, EasyJet from Milan. great skies behind the tower. Let's just get back on that. It's like the second coming of Christ. Somewhere over there. Definitely wild. Right, so I think we've got a bit of a lapse on inbounds. We've got an ATR on its way. Well, not going to be with us just yet, so it looks like Ryanair to Dublin is the game in town. Probably hear it in the background. Some nice spray kicking up. Chipaz 1990. I can just see your name appear on the screen there. How you doing, Sam? Mohawk Scotland. Hello to you, my friend. Hope you are both doing well. And certainly staying warm and dry, hopefully. British Airways, I would have said, is first to go, but they've hit the lay-by, so that's case in point. Looks like they've got a Ryanair that's going to pass them, so I'll just leave the camera there so we wait for the Ryanair to steal into shot. The Ryanair departure is off to Porto. Yeah, I'm with you, Mohawk. I miss the summer season already. It's really it's less than ideal. So there's the Ryanair I was talking about. So that is going to go straight to the head of the line, and that is off to Porto. Now, in my opinion, the next plane is the best looking scheduled airline livery in the show, Air France. Firm favourite of mine anyway. Let's just get that out there. 185 likes, says Linda Cooper. Be nice if we could get north of 200. It's not been a big audience kind of show, but 200 would be not too shabby. So please do give us a like if you've yet to hit the button. Actually, British Airways are now left parking up and they are moving forward to the active, so I got that wrong. So let's just get to it. BA next to go. Chipaz 1990. No need to bring it up, man. Did you go? Wolves have sacked Gary O'Neill. Interesting. Of course, Ipswich won yesterday as well, which was a bit of a nuisance. It's one thing when your team plays rubbish. When one of your main rivals picks up points, it's a slap round the face. Football, eh? Yeah, I worry for my Leicester team as well. That was as bad as I've seen it for ages. I think the manager said they need to focus on getting the details right. I says you need to turn up with some balls. The good thing was, leaving at 75 minutes meant we got onto the metro easy enough. On the way in, it was like a bit of a squeeze. But on the way back, easy peasy. Rab H, you superstar, another great friend of the channel. Contribution to help with fuel costs and buy myself a telescope. I'm not going to live this down, am I? Rab, you're a great mate. What can I say, pal? Except, no, I can't say it. No, thank you. We're going to do your fireworks. I think we can do it. Back to yesterday's game if I really must. Chip has, I think it might have been close to a sellout because we're box office at Leicester, proper box office. Rated X. Or is it 18 they call it these days? Just couldn't get the toggle to zoom there. The bag wouldn't bite. Let's have a look at DB Bassman's and Rab's plane of the day. Yeah. Will we get to see it depart? I don't know. Let's hope it's not late running. Yeah, Chip has. Rudd does have a long face, doesn't he? I tell you what, not that I'm a style guru, but he did cut a pretty savvy looking figure on the touchline. Looked like the milk tray man from my position up in the stands. Eddie says to me, he says, do you fancy Man City at Leicester on the 29th of December? Are we really having this conversation? No, I blinking well don't. Plane of the day, Pegasus. It feels like a contradiction in terms. They've got to send a special livery to convince me. Let's wave off this Air France departure. Cleanse our palate from the idea of a Pegasus being plane of the day. revoir. I'll tell you what, when we get our 10th EasyJet aircraft next year, this really will be EasyJet City. Right, we've got an ATR hanging on the breeze. That'll be the Aer Lingus inbound from Dublin, so it'll be interesting to see how that does. I think we'll hit the replay on that. So, see how we do. Let's go replay. Whee! I think we could categorise that as a tad bouncy, at least one bounce. What's that windsock going? It feels like the wind's eased, which it sort of has according to that. We'll keep that under active review. So the countdown well and truly on now to the arrival of the Qatar A350. Simon E, bounce of the day, says Simon. We could probably do with a boing kind of emoji, couldn't we? Was a good one. 12:24 for the Qatar 350. Still looking decent to be the finale plane. Ooh, that bleep in my headset tells me someone's been nice to us, and I've just missed a planes and trains. Well, nearly. Somebody has very generously Kofi'd us. We'll have a look at that in a sec. Let's wave this EasyJet off to the sky. Somebody on finals as well, so they couldn't dally. Tell you what, this could have been close to a go around. Yeah, not close at all. It's all that perception business. So, firm favourite this one, Brussels Airlines spotty livery, measles, call it what you will, it's beautiful. Although Edelweiss have been in the show, and for me I'm going to give the nod to Edelweiss. Saying that, I did say that Air France, in my opinion, was the best looking scheduled airline in the show. Brussels now have that, so sorry Air France, but we need your trophy back. The wind's come back. Great. Next in, EasyJet from Amsterdam, a 320neo, brand new in April of this year. Loads of spotty emoji action I see in the chat. Michelle Johnson, HGC, Simon E, Yorkshire Biker, Rab H. That was definitely a possible toga, Rab, no question. As the departing plane was moving out of sight, I got the camera pointing one way and me looking the other, because I was expecting to hear the sound of the engines picking up with the aircraft that was going around. Political Bias is in the show. Good morning, PB. How you doing, my friend? So we've got a Logan Air under tow over there, and we've got our EasyJet easing into the picture from your left. Bit more, bit more, bit more. That bit. Let's see how this one goes on replay as well. A little bit of wibble on. Key replay. So pretty much grease that. Looking at the compression, I think it came in nice and heavy. Right, what we got? EasyJet, another EasyJet inbound from Stansted. Political Bias as well, great friend to the channel. I see your Ko-fi donation too. You know my view, no such thing as not much. If you're helping keeping us producing content, you are, you know, a star. That's the word I'm after, a star. PB, these fireworks are for you. Once I can get the igniter going. Thanks, mate. Oops, inbound plane. I've already picked up a telescope today. Let's do another replay. I think I might have hit the button too slow there. Yeah, oh no, just about got it. So a colourful mix of tail fins on the front parking lot. It's amazing, isn't it? Get into summer season proper and you get all the transatlantics in there and it's a bit of a riot. More likes for 200, said Rab, at 11:46. Where am I? 5 minutes behind. Me to a T. Aviation Action Scotland, member for 7 months. It was lovely to see you, Gary. Superstar. I still can't believe the tie you gave me. Oops, what can I hear? Oh, I thought I was missing something there. Anyway, 7 months, here to be celebrated. Let's do it. Right, somebody's on finals, but they're too far out. I think where we are is pretty much where it's at. Diamond DA 62, 5 out from Bristol, says Rab. That must be what I can see. Let's just see if that is what I can see. No, it's not. I think what I can see next is a jet2.com. I don't think we've got that emoji either. Positioning flight from Glasgow, methinks. Just crossing the coast anyway. Good morning, Dum Dum VR. Yeah, it's crazy to think we're on storm. Well, the next one's E, isn't it? So, and we're not yet at Christmas. Mary Brock is back. Excellent, Mary. And we've also got William Likes Planes with us. Hello to you, William. Right, let's get the inbound bird. Do you want a replay, folks? If so, smash the hit replay. Replay it is. Fortunately, I just zoomed us out just a little bit there. It's the trouble, like I keep saying, with when you're toggling under a plastic bag, it's not as responsive as without the bag. But there you go. Right, it's not Diamond DA62 can't be far away. Dum VR says Lufthansa A320 in 30. That's got a sniff of a chance of being the final plane of the show. Officially it's going to be the A350 as the finale plane, but I think a Lufty would be one we won't leave a Lufty up in the sky. We'll definitely do it. All right, 7 minutes, says Rob. 7 minutes it is, in which case, standing by. So our DA62, inbound from Bristol, operated by 24/7 Aviation. Picked an opportune moment. The wind does seem to have eased quite a bit. British Airways have pushed and turned and are on their way out. Better get my lid back on the box, drizzle's getting in. Just when you think the drizzle is done, it comes back. I think there is Dum VR. I think there is a 190 in the show. I think that might be this, is it not? Yeah, that'll be off to London City. So our first British Airways Embraer 190 of the show, reflecting the fact that London City Airport, I'm assuming that's where it's going. I think the summer charter season's pretty much wound down, given we're in December. But looking at the time, I certainly put my hat on this being a London City bound plane. And it is. I think Mary Brock, we've probably got some rain we could spare if we could find a way of getting it over to Australia. Chippaz, I've just seen your question about Aegean. I think one of the Newcastle Airport Facebook groups we're in, I'm sure there was talk about Aegean not being at Newcastle, but I've not seen it announced. I don't know if that's just scuttlebutt gossip. It'd be a shame if we lose them, although they never turn up at a useful time for a live stream. But I just think from a point of choices and airport connections and all the rest of it, it would be nicer if we could keep the route. Catch you later, Simon E. Right, let's find our inbound DA62. Replay or not, folks? What do we want to do? Tell me what you want. I'm going to sing it. I'm going to say, tell me what you really, really want. Probably not going to get a replay clip here because basically I have to guess how much I'm going to need, and I want to stay with the rollout. I don't know. Let's hit replay. Actually, I can't. After all that, I've just realised that the lid is on the box and I'm out of time. Sorry team, I don't know if there was a demand for replay there anyway. Oh, sorry Gary. Planes and trains though, by way of amends. So next plane in is going to be Lufthansa, inbound from Frankfurt. Ah, very good. So we're still looking good for a 12:30 finish. Very good. Right, as before, I will be on it this time. If you want to replay, hit the emoji. I'll get on it. I'll peel the lid off the box. Basically have it set to give me the last 20 seconds. So there's an element of guessing as to, oh, I need to hit the button fairly quickly, or I'm replaying the wrong footage. Oh, I forgot again. Can't believe it. I'm having a mare. I got distracted. Poor excuse. Sorry, team. There wasn't anything extravagant happening, to be fair. This is off to London City. Yeah, in Finley, Rab, Yorkshire bike. That's two I've dropped. The first one I couldn't help, but that one, I literally saw something else and it took my concentration. you're kind of perpetually scanning the horizon. If something moves suddenly, or you think you've seen something, that's where your gaze goes, even for a tenth of a second or a thousandth of a second, and before you know it, you've lost your line of logic. Anyway, what we've got, ATR departure to Belfast next. Yorkshire biker. We're not having a replay telescope category. I'll be in purgatory forever. Let's have a look over here. Let's move the conversation away from that Norwegian pushing and turning, but we can't stay here either, cause we've got an ATR zipping down the track. Out of that, have a look at our lufty, see what we got today. So we're pretty much into the last half hour of the show, folks. If you get to drop us a like, please do, and if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Got a nice finale teed up with Qatar Airways and the A350. Regulars of the show will be familiar with the impressive entrance that aircraft always makes. I think the runway, certainly for the smaller jets, is pretty much dry now, so don't think we're going to hit major spray, but of course the A350's power plants will find the moisture if it's there. Yeah, that's what we got. Today's 350 Thanks, Chippaz. Alpha 7 Alpha Lima Kilo, just over Northumberland National Park. Good stuff. So we ain't got to wait too long. Looks like we're quiet on the inbounds. Scottish Linda, member for 7 months. What's my Christmas schedule, Mark? Well, Christmas dinner around our Eddies. I don't think that was your question. To be fair, Linda, I don't know. I don't know at the minute. So we'll put something out to members once we've honed it into shape. Bit of downtime with family will be nice. It'll also be nice to get down to the airport. Just about finding the right action for you folks. But obviously, winter timetable, even here at Edinburgh, is a lot harder work than the summer timetable in terms of, you know, action and so forth. But now we'll put something out. At the minute, TBC, to be confirmed. Let's do your fireworks before this shoots off into the distance. Oh, my back. Thank you, Linda. Seven months gone by, just like that. Just like that. Checking out the planes and trains. Now I can't tell where this plane is going, but I'm going to hazard a guess it's Southampton. Anyone know better than that? My flight radar's not showing anything for it. Well, firstly, Johnny Wheels, don't know what to say, mate. Well, good afternoon, first and foremost. How you doing? And secondly, you're so kind. Thank you so much for your £10 super chat. Really appreciated. Let's do some fireworks, my friend. Thank you. Norwegian on the move. Yeah, Michelle, you're right. It looks like Aegean are pushing. So we'll get to see that departure. I'm pretty sure we'll not get Pegasus. Looks like Aegean have won the foot race in terms of getting the plane back out again. Yeah, just going back to Michelle's comment about Tommy Cooper. I can remember him as a kid. I mean, he was big box office, wasn't he? I think I'd bring a bit of Tommy Cooper to live streaming, really. You know, when he does those jokes that backfire, basically. Well, they don't backfire, that's the genius of it all, isn't it? Not that I would say there's any genius in what I get up to, but you know what I mean. Just like that, indeed. Pegasus delayed until 15:45, says Ian Finley. I feel for the passengers. I mean, that is a real peeve, isn't it? But never mind. I've had worse news. Yeah, Ram, in your dreams. I might watch it on flight radar. Although at 15:45 I'll still be on the road, so I don't think I'll even do that. So it looks like we are going to be waiting for the inbound Ryanair from London Stansted. G Rookie, Golf Romeo Uniform Kilo India. 18 years of age. Let's get on it now. And just to get muscle memory going, I'm going to hit the replay button on this, folks. I'm not going to rely just on the chat. I just want to get a little bit savvier. Here we go. Climb out to the replay. So we've got a BA A321 Neo pushing and turning slap bang in front of me, but we can't stick around here or I'll be adding to my telescope, so let's go to the left. Let's get our Aegean. That's already scampering away. So we've got another British Airways departure there. And then over to the far left to pick up our Norwegian. And we're rolling. The countdown continues. Qatar 3:57 minutes out, says Rab. And I reckon the chance of a fairly filthy shower has kind of gone. That's all heading away from us. I must admit I'd have been up for a bit of a deluge if it had given us a proper spray moment. Looks like the Aegean aren't in excessive rush. Michelle, I've just seen your anecdote about Tommy Cooper. Aces, proper aces. Oh dear. Good afternoon to Ken G, who is rejoining the PSA Crew Lounge. How you doing, Ken? I hope all is good at your end over there stateside. Let's give you a peal of fireworks to pipe you aboard. Well, I'm still smiling about Michelle's story. Good stuff. Now, I declare a degree of bias here, and we've talked about this in previous shows, you know, they just don't make stars like they used to. I'll tell you what, British Airways aren't hanging about. Are they going to have to queue behind the Aegean, or are they going to pull out of its slipstream? We'll find out. No, Aegean's moving. So next to go will be the Aegean departure to Athens. Oh dear. Where were we? Good to read, Kenji. Good to read, my friend. This ought to be a turn and burn. Drizzle is back, so I better put the lid back on the box. Perhaps we will get a bit of spray for our finale plane. Sorry, I caught the handle there. Come on, planes and trains, where art thou? And whilst we await a train, I can definitely see the Qatar 350 lined up, long finals. The drizzle's pepping up a bit as well, so maybe we're going to get a great spray finish. So by my calculations, British Airways should get out comfortably before the 350 comes in. Let's see if that's correct. Joe Johnson, Gary Fleming showing some love for the Aegean as it goes. Tail of the day, says Rab. I could have gone with that. I do like the emoji as well, if I say so myself. But if I think tail of the day, oh no, not there. No, not there. There you have it. But the Aegean is class. I think I've said in a show from ages ago, in fact I'll have to dig it out because not everyone will have seen that. I think there was a UK regional airline based in East Anglia that had a very similar colour scheme to and that chevron-y thing to Aegean. I'll dig it out for next time. Those who've seen it before, you don't have to worry too much about it, but if you've not seen it, you might find it interesting. DB Bassman, your care and concern is cheerfully noted. Yeah, but not for much longer, my friend. That 350 is on its way in, just crossing the coast. In fact, I can see it. It's going to be quite an opportune finish, to be honest. I'm just going to rest us on the EasyJet for a moment. Get myself ready with a box. There's a song about living in a box. Or is that a cardboard box? If you want to replay, hit the button, folks. Make me see it. Well, a bit of spray. Hope you enjoyed that. Now, I see something is on finals, but it is a bread and butter EasyJet, so I think we're going to go straight to wrapping the show, if that's okay, team. Ha! Michelle, chevron was the word, was it? I think grease is the word. Okay. In which case, I am going to wrap this up. Let's just do our thing. Let me just get to camera, if you bear with me. There is a plane on finals, but that won't count for telescopes. Let's see if I can get myself. Hey up, I'm here. Right, really quick from me. Thank you so much to everybody that supported today's show. Moderators, God love you. Rab H, Nell W, Dopey Gore, Alexandra Wood. Alibi 58 even popped in, although he's off to watch a bit of the old snooker. Being absolutely fantastic. In terms of everybody who's been kind to us during the show, rain's on now, so I better be quick. I was going to say right from the top, thank you so much, Maverick79, member for 13 months. Right. We're looking younger now. 13 months for Mav. I can't quite read that. So, Cookie Monster, John McKenzie, our friend in Hong Kong. Very generous Ko-fi donation to the channel. Okay, I can't read my own handwriting, this is awful. Gary, Aviation Scotland absolutely blew me away with a gift of a British Caledonian tie. Proper aviation history, legacy history and all that. Awesome. Yvonne V gifted us a Ko-fi donation in between shows, and I just wanted to give Yvonne that shout out for the love she shared with us. Keith Cornell very generously super chatting us. Leslie Kerrison very generously Ko-fi donating us. Ian Nicholson confounded me with a hat trick of gifted memberships. It's always a wriggle to keep up with the action, but I think I kind of got there in the end. Thanks, Ian. Jonathan McDee, 9 months with the channel. Yorkshire Biker very kindly giving us a generous Ko-fi donation. And Michelle Johnson very generously super chatting us. Turning the page, blimey. I got a telescope. Ooh, terrible. John Rucroft, thank you so much for your kind super chat donation. Rab H very generously Ko-fi donating us, as did Political Bias. Oh gosh, I can't read that. Gary Aviation Scotland, 7 months with the channel, smashing to celebrate that milestone. Same with Scottish Linda, both on 7, lucky 7s. Johnny Wheels very kindly super chatting us, and Kenji, fantastic to have you back with us in the PSA Crew Lounge. Conditions are
just starting to get back to that perpetual drizzle thing that's going on, so I'm not going to elongate this. If we can get up and get something up for you at Newcastle during the week, we'll do that, but I've been bedevilled really at Newcastle with too many gaps in the schedule to get a decent stream together, but if we can, we will. Other than that, roll on next weekend. So whatever you're doing in the meantime, thank you so much. This is Mark signing off, over and out. Love you all.